Or when we play the prayer bowl, or when we're having dinner or breakfast or lunch, when we're walking, sitting, regardless of what we're doing, our whole body is involved in that process. You hear me? Your whole body is involved in that process. Your whole body is involved in that process. Get it? Yeah. So I don't talk too loud, so I'm working at it. No, that's okay. Let me come out of the way. So, no matter what we're doing, the whole body is involved in what we do. No matter what we think, the whole body is involved in what we do. So relax, relax, relax. I'll talk more about that personally when I talk. I'm going to give it one more shot. Here we go. Whole body's involved. Breathe, exhale.
Thank you, Don. Well, welcome, everyone, and welcome to those on Zoom, be you near or far away. And I'd like to begin by inviting in. So please follow your breath. And in this space, we contemplate the presence of the ancient inhabitants of the Four Lakes region, the builders of the mounds, the hunters of the game, the gatherers of the herbs, those who sanctified this space long before we arrived. We contemplate and invite in all of our ancestors, our genetic family ancestors, and our Dharma and Taoist ancestor teachers. This group and this moment is a direct continuation of the teachings and practices of countless Dharma and Taoist practitioners for thousands of years. We continue here that unbroken flow of body and mind. And we call into this space our teacher, Trisha Yu, who was the first woman to bring Qigong to America in the mid-60s, who herself was transmitted through her teacher, Lope Jung, who was born in the 1800s, and whose lineage is said to be a direct link to Lao Tzu. We practice for ourselves, for our well-being of body and mind, and we practice for those we love, and we practice for those we don't know, those we've never met. We practice for all beings. So I'd like to bring up Suzanne Kilkus and Don Coleman. Please come and say a few words of introduction.
While you are speaking, please center yourself under or in front of the central mic.
Well, I will introduce myself by this little poem by Eduardo Galeano, Spanish poet. He said, "The church says the body is a sin. Science says a body is the organism. Advertising says the body is a marketplace. The body says, I'm a fiesta." I want you to join us today in celebrating your body as a fiesta as we guide Qigong and Dharma, which is the most natural pairing in the world. I've been studying Qigong for 8 years with my teacher, Master Chunyi Lin in Minneapolis, and practicing as best I can, given whatever circumstances are up. So I'm hoping that that what I offer to you today is of benefit. I look forward to it.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Really wonderful to be here with you and see you all here. I'm Don Coleman, and I've been blessed to be invited by Steve, Master Steve, to come and be a part of this process. And so I'm really happy to be here. The most important thing in life, in my experience over many years of practice, is to relax, soften, ground yourself, be supple and flow. The reason why that's so important is that it will support our life force, what we call qi, to flow unobstructed throughout the body. That enhances health and helps to create longevity. So that's why we're here. And from my point of view, I think that's why we're here. So let's see if we can remove obstruction to energy amongst us and have the experience of not two or not many. Oh, thank you for having me here.
And Suzanne also is the guiding teacher of the
entrusted teacher.
The entrusted teacher, excuse me, of the Open Door Zen community, Zen Sangha, which meets here in
Yes.
this space Sunday evenings, every Sunday, and are having a retreat soon,
Yes.
right? Right.
Mhm.
And Don was too modest to say, but along with Catherine, his partner, they founded and taught in the, please say the correct Nian Yen Daoguan.
So, Yang, which means Yang family secret tradition of Tai Chi Chuan, which goes back hundreds of years, literally, if you follow the lineage. Chinese, yes. Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
You'll need to be in front of this
Yeah.
mic to be heard on Zoom.
Sorry about that. Okay. So yes, we are in the lineage of Yangjia Michuan Tai Chi Chuan. And that means Yang family hidden tradition of Tai Chi. And the lineage goes back some hundreds of years, thousands if you include just the practice of Taoism. So Yangjia Michuan Tai Chi Chuan is a reflection of Taoist practice. It's alchemical in nature. Catherine and I were fortunate enough to be taught by Master Wang Yin Nin and Master Shui in that lineage, and became an integral part of that. Bless our spirits, we were lucky enough to do that. And then we taught Tai Chi in Madison here for, I don't know, 28 years or so. So, thank you.
Okay, good. Yeah, and just a little bit about me. I am an ordained Zen Buddhist chaplain, and I've started studying with Master Trisha Yu 30 years ago, and have studied and practiced under numerous teachers, both Dharma and Taoist. Presently, I'm studying with Taoist Master Ken Cohen in Colorado. So enough about us. We just need you to feel that this is rooted, this is grounded, this isn't made up. Okay, so we will have breaks every hour and a half or so. The bathrooms are in the back on the left. And we would like to maintain, in the Buddhist tradition, we'd like to maintain what they call noble silence. So what that means is, please don't speak unless something is really important to be said, okay? And particularly on the breaks. And the reason for that is because we don't want to disperse the energy that you're developing within your mind-body system. We want to keep it there. And then after we're all finished, for each one of us, there will be question and response, brief question and response period if you have a question. And at the very end, we'll probably have another question and response before you go. And after this finishes, if you are hungry and when you would like to stay with the community, we'll go next door and have lunch. Okay, that's optional. And we speak we speak. Is that, Doug, anything else that I need to mention? No, okay. And great thanks, as always, to Doug Brown for taking over almost 20 years ago from Trisha Yu, and maintaining this practice center and this Taiji tradition for this community. We couldn't do this without you. So thank you.
Do you want to say something about the Dharma board?
Oh, yes. Thank you for reminding me. Okay. So as you know, there's no charge for this. If you feel moved to support us in these practices and to support the center, there's a bell, there's a basket. What is it?
The carved bowl.
It's a big bowl there. And as you leave, you can put cash or check, or you can pay online through PayPal. That's in the info that was sent out. Thank you for reminding me about that.
And there's some little snacks there during break if people want.
There's little snacks there. Okay.
Want something, nuts and some apple.
Okay, there are little snacks there. All right. Okay, good. All right. So we're going to begin by dedicating the space. So please, everybody stand. And then extend your arms. Be sure that you have freedom of movement. Yeah, everyone's got space. Very good. Okay, I suppose I should stand up here. Okay, so I invite you just to drop into your stance. It may not be the same as it was yesterday. Just stand in a way that's balanced and upright. You may experiment with tucking your chin a little bit, see if that extends your cervical spine in the back. Okay, good. On the count of three, let's all raise our shoulders up to our ears. 1, 2, 3. Hold. Okay, and just feel this. How does this feel? Check your breathing. Okay, this is called suffering. All right, on the count of three, we're going to relax. 1, 2. Okay, notice the stillness of the body and the movement of the breath in the body. And let's move into standing mountain position. And this is where we stiffen the arms a little bit, stiffen the fingers just a little, and point downward. Sort of makes a mountain top, the crown of the head, extending down into the earth. And in this posture, we contemplate that this body is not only connected to the earth, but is made of the earth. Every atom, molecule, and cell in this body came from this planet and is in a process of emerging and returning. In this moment, it's in the form of this body. In the past, it's been in a myriad of other forms. And in the future, will take a myriad of forms. But in this moment, there is no separation between this body and the earth. We are aware that the earth is turning, that it's moving in its pathway around the sun, and that the sun is moving in its pathway through the galaxy. That the sun is one of hundreds of millions of stars, and the galaxy is one of hundreds of billions of galaxies. And we are connected to it all. Okay. And with the next in-breath, dip the knees, let the hands float up. Opposite the lower dantian, as if they're resting on a ball of warm, loving light, centered in the abdomen. The name of this posture is embracing the womb of life. In a female body, we are embracing the organ, the womb. In a male body, we're embracing the umbilical connection to our mothers, our grandmothers, our great-grandmothers, and so on, back through all of our ancestors into the mists of time, to the origins of life itself on this planet. Let the belly relax. Let the hands move slightly away with the in-breath. And then return. Okay. And with the next in-breath, dipping the knees, letting the hands float up opposite the heart area to the middle dantian, the center of the heart and the lungs. Feeling the heartbeat, the pulse. And with the breath connected to the air, the wind, the atmosphere, connected to all breathing beings, present and past, and future. And in this moment, we contemplate that people are laughing and crying, being born and dying, experiencing tragedy and miracle, and we are connected to it all through the source. And dipping the knees again, in breath, palms face the body, rise up, lighting up the upper dantian, the brain. Watch the hands go up, 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 up. Stretch, extend, connection between the center of the earth and the cosmos through the body, the hands embracing the wuji, the oneness, the white light. And with the next out breath, slowly opening the hands, opening the arms, opening the white light into a rainbow of all hues, connecting the palms, the manifest realm in this great gesture of acceptance. In this moment, we are one with all that is. Not just left and right, but front, back, up, down, and all around. Each one of us in this dance of radiating and receiving universal life force energy. Okay, and dipping the knees again with the next out breath. We raise the hands. Look up. Embracing this column of light from the center of the earth, all around the body, extending infinitely up into the cosmos. And slowly, with the out breath, bringing the hands down, palms facing the body, filling the body with the light of the stars. Every cell in the body glowing with the life force energy of the universe. Very good. All the way down, out the feet. Return to standing mountain. Relax now. And our last gesture is with the in-breath to move the hands into the prayer position and turn to your friends on this path and welcome them. Welcome them to this space, to this practice, to this time, in gratitude for your presence.
can all have a seat.
Presenters. The microphone is directional. So works here, works seated here. When we get up too high, we're off axis from it. So we either need to be a little bit closer and speak a little bit louder for the people on Zoom, or maybe stay on the floor unless it's really necessary to be elevated. Or I can bring in an alternative mic stand. Zoom people, thank you for your patience.
When I came in, Steve said, "How are you doing?" And I said, "I'm nervous." And he said, "It's all just energy." Of course, that's what we're going to talk about today. So I'm so honored to be with these two master teachers, Stephen and Dawn. I said that I have been practicing and studying for 8 years with Master Chunyi Lin, who developed a very simple practice, but a very powerful practice. And he calls it the 5 elements. He is self-healing. I was in great need of healing at the time, and I got this spontaneous invitation to come to Minneapolis to spend a week with him, with other people who were in dire need of healing as well. And he taught this practice, and it was absolutely amazing. And it was steeped in the Dharma. And I'd been studying the Dharma I'd been practicing for 40 years, studying Zen for the last 20, 25 years. And to bring these movements together with the Dharma was such a gift that I knew I was going to absolutely continue to study. And of course, there's ebbs and flows anytime we begin something and continue something and move with something. And that's okay. My teacher, Chunyi Lin, says we measure everything by good, better, best. That's it. There isn't anything less than that. That's why this man is so close to my heart, there isn't anything wrong. Well, that's not true, but good, better, best. So the reason I want to talk here is to just lay some ground about the Dharma, and specifically what's really important for me at this time of my life is something that's called bodhicitta, the awakened or the awakening and courageous heart. Because, if we just look around and feel around, we're in a particularly difficult time, not only in our country, but around the world. And we need to cultivate our courageous heart, and we need to cultivate an awakening heart. And so the practice that I want to offer you this morning is about doing that without having any goal in mind. And that's kind of one of the bewildering things about practice, is that we're not to have a goal. We're just to practice. And, we Westerners, we want to have goals, right? We're going to get somewhere. We're going to, anything that we do, we've got a purpose in mind or a goal in mind. And what Dharma teaches us is it's about being fully present in life with whatever shows up. That's not always easy, is it? Not at all. And so we need to practice. One of my favorite cartoonists, Gindin, and my husband and I had this on our refrigerator for a long time, and it's a cartoon drawing, and it's people who are, treating their body like a fiesta, and they're saying, if you want to be happy, you got to practice. That's the line, they were doing happy practice. That's why I like this poem, that the body is a fiesta. And we can get really serious about our practice, right? About any practice. And it really is intended to enliven us, to open us up, to wake us up to who we really are and what we're really about here on this planet. So I'm going to take you through the 5 elements self-healing forms, practices from the beginning to the end. And some of it is going to already feel familiar given what Stephen already led us in. But what I want to offer you is, because these movements are so simple, your body is going to be able to take them in. And if you like them, they mean something to you, they register with you, you can take them home and you can practice them for yourself. Even if it's just, standing in line at the grocery store and you just do the breathing with the universe. Nobody need know that you're breathing with the universe, Or you might just gently bow your head and you're doing gratitude of this life. So I'm going to pair that with, though, what is meant by bodhicitta, awakening and developing a courageous heart. And one of the best ways, I think, that to do that is by practicing loving kindness meditation, metta practice. And so I'm going to guide you in the movements, but I'm also going to guide you with some guided meditation as well. And you can do with it what you want, what fits for you, what seems right for you, what is most needed right now for you. And if you're concerned, when we talk about the Dharma, when we talk about practice, the word enlightenment comes up. The wonderful Dharma teacher, Bernie Glassman, said enlightenment is an accident and practice makes us accident prone. No. And our guiding teacher, and why I corrected you, because I'm the entrusted teacher in our Sangha, and Flint Sparks, our guiding teacher, who we are so fortunate to have, he said in any practice, pay attention to your posture, pay attention to your breathing, pay attention to your mudra, which is your position. And in meditation practice, we hold the universal mudra. And this is pay attention to your form. Enlightenment will take care of itself. We don't have to be concerned about it at all. Practice is that. Sincere, dedicated practice is that. One other basic principle to keep in mind, and you probably all know this, but you know how we forget and then we need to remember, is that, excuse me, where the mind goes is where our energy goes, right? Right? And so part of this self-healing practice is bringing in or cultivating the positive emotions that are so needed in the awakening and the courageous heart. Happiness, joy, peace, contentment, and gratitude. And as I've been teaching, I was at a retreat recently and teaching all of this, somebody said, what's there to be happy about? Right now, things are a mess. What's there to be joyful about? What can we be grateful about? That might be a little easier. All of that. And what comes to me is that if we don't go out in the world, in these states, the world is going to shape us. And I don't know about you, but I don't want the world to shape me. I want to be in charge of that. And I want to encourage and support everybody around me to be in charge of what you bring into the world. So that's what expands. That's what expands. And that's basically what the Dharma is. We bring ourselves into the world, practicing with the intention of offering an awakened and a courageous heart and love. And so that's what we do. Okay? You game? Yeah? All right. Let's stand. Um, well, do you think I need to stand on the platform? Probably do.
Should we move this?
Depends on how tall people are. Closer to the mic. Give it a try. If not, well, Susan's on it.
How's this?
Let's bring the platform a little bit
Little
forward.
closer?
Let's-
Oh, okay,
let's-
let me get up.
Yeah, we'll do that.
You would hold me down? Okay.
To the edge of the carpet, I think. Try that.
How's that? How's that, Doug? That good?
looks good.
Okay.
Can you hear her online?
Okay, terrific. All right. So, take your stand with your feet shoulder width apart. Put a smile on your face. Master Lin says that smile stands for start my internal love engine. He's got a way with words, phrase. And the thing about putting a smile on our face is that it can change our mood pretty quickly, right? So we can start bringing who we really are out into our world, however, the 3 feet around us or the bigger world. So very gently, just start bouncing. And breathing in through your nose and out through your mouth. Out through your mouth is a cleansing breath. We won't be breathing in and out of our this way for very long. And then bring your arms up and let your hands flap. Don't purposely flap them, just let them flap with the bounce. This begins activating your energy centers in your hands and your brain, down through your whole body, beginning to open up the channels, the energy channels, the 5 major channels of the body. You generally want to do this for about a minute, bouncing for about a minute, and then this for about a minute. And just let yourself always notice what's happening in my body right now. And now bring your arms down very gently and hands to the side with your palms facing back. Yeah, notice what's happened. Do you feel more tingling? Do you notice if there's some numbness in your body? As you continue to very gently bouncing, imagine, and one of the things about Qigong practice and practice in general is we can use the power of our mind to imagine. So imagine a brilliant golden sun, the light of a brilliant golden sun is shining right into your heart. Expanding your heart with this great light. This light is the light of love. Get reminded frequently that this is what Gandhi said, is that unconditional love is the most powerful force in the world. Okay, and bring your bouncing to a pause and then just swing your bodies very gently. Activating the channels up your spine, giving your vital organs a very gentle massage. Few more swings and then bring that to a pause. Slowing down. And again, pause and take a notice. The group of people I was with in this retreat, I led movement in. Whenever I said take a notice, people would go, And then later, some of them would tell me, I've never been told to take a notice of what was going on in my body. And the reason I think it's so important is that sometimes we don't believe we can make a change. And yet by some very simple movements, we make very powerful changes. We get our energy going. We can clear ourselves. We can pause headaches. We can stop other kind of illnesses. We can heal injuries. And now change your breathing to nose breathing. And now we're going to do some body tapping. So we're going to, with your fingertips, right under your eyes. Generally, we tap for about 9 times. And then between your eyebrows, 9 times. These wake up channels in your body. And then the crown of your head. And the base of your skull. And then massage your C7, that bony vertebrae right at the top of your spine. And then pat it if you can. And now clap your hands. And right in the crook of your left elbow, go ahead and pat 9 times. And your right elbow, same. Oh, yeah, I'm doing the opposite, everybody. And under your left arm. And under your right arm. And now your tailbone. Back of hand. And just tap your tailbone. And then with a very soft fist, the divot right at the top of your hips. This connects the lower part of your body with the upper part of your body. And then bend over and left knee, sides of knee, the top and the back of the knee. The same thing with your right. And then top and back. And because you're bent over, hang your arms down. Your knees are very softly bent. And then unfurl your spine very slowly, like the ferns that are unfurling this spring. And as you get to the top of your body, roll your shoulders back, bring your head back squarely to the top of your shoulders. And notice. Hmm. 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 So we begin, or we finish the warming up or the cultivating qi with forming yin and yang. You bring your right hand to the top of your chest or your torso and your left hand to the bottom of your torso, away from your body, about 3-4 inches. Do you feel energy emanating from your palms? Forming yin and yang, The lower part of the body is the yin area, the upper part is the yang area. These two these are the basic principles of the universe. They cannot exist without each other, but they do get out of balance. And so this very simple practice helps balance yin and yang. So what we're going to do is move the right hand up and then down, and the left hand up and then down. And while we do this movement, this is cultivating happiness. The slower we can go, the more powerful this movement is in healing the body. And not only you might have something that you want to heal in your body, but it can also be very healing for the bodies of anybody you know. And I'm going to offer now, in the form of metta practice, cultivating happiness. May I be happy. May we be happy. May all beings be happy. May I be happy. May we be happy. May all beings be happy. Take a moment right now, and if you want to bring into your mind, into your awareness, someone you want to offer this to, go ahead and do that. May I be happy. May we be happy, thinking of your people. May all beings be happy. One more time. May I be happy. May we be happy. May all beings be happy. Happiness is openness, acceptance, and love. When you come down to your lower dantian, bring your hands there with your women, right hand towards your body, left hand out, men, left hand towards your body, right hand out. About 3 or 4 inches away. Again, take a notice. What do you feel in your energy? This next practice is called breathing the universe. Cultivating joy. So you open your hands up so they're in front of you as if you're holding a ball. You might even feel the ball of energy in front of you. As you breathe in, bend your knees and open your arms, leading with your elbows. As you breathe out, stand up straight and bring your hands in. Do not have them touch. Breathing in, cultivating joy. Joy is the sense of freedom. Cultivating this sense of freedom. If you need a picture of it, imagine little children sitting in a chair and they're getting antsy because they really want to go outside and play. And their adult says, okay, you can go outside and play. And they jump up and they run outside. That's a picture of joy. The joy of being free. May I be joyful. May we be joyful. May all beings be joyful. May I be joyful. May we be joyful. May all beings be joyful. Again, if there's somebody or some people you want to have in your mind's eye as you practice this. May I be joyful. May we be joyful. May all beings be joyful. This is a movement that heals your heart. It's the antidote for hatred. May I be joyful. May we be joyful. May all beings be joyful. On the next coming together, put your hands down along your sides. If you want to just step side by side, side to side a little bit. The next one is connecting heaven and earth, bringing your arms up as far as you can, palms facing each other. If at some point you get tired during this, bring them down. That's perfectly fine. And then come back up whenever you feel right about it. As we breathe in, we're bending our legs, our knees rather, cultivating peace. Peace is an experience of ease, of being connected to your parasympathetic nervous system, that part of the nervous system that's about relaxing and at ease. May I be at peace. May we be at peace. May all beings be at peace. May I be at peace. May we be at peace. May all beings be at peace. Again, if there's somebody or some people that you want to send this practice to, bring them to mind. May I be at peace. May you be at peace. We be at peace. May all beings be at peace. May I be at peace. May we be at peace. May all beings be at peace. When you come up, stretch and then bring your arms down. Take a pause, take a notice. As you can see, these very simple movements require strength and stamina, and they'll develop strength and stamina. Bringing your hands together, fingers touching, forming a heart right at your lower dantian, thumbs touching, fingertips touching with very gentle pressure. And then lean over to the left, about 70% of your weight, and step out on your right. So you're a little bit more than shoulder width apart. And as you breathe in, lean over to the left. And as you breathe out, lean over to the right, about 70% of your weight. Bending your knees to the left, and then bending your knee to the right. Inhaling left, exhaling right. Cultivating contentment. One of the 3 marks of existence in Buddhism is dissatisfaction and suffering. The other 2 are impermanence and no separate experience of self, no separate existence of a separate self. Even just saying those words, you can kind of touch into how much suffering we cause ourselves by our dissatisfactions. This practice is cultivating contentment. It's not easy to be content facing a lot of life, whether it's things in our personal life or in the larger life we face every day. Be sure you bend your knees as you move side to side. May I be content. May we be content. May all beings be content. May I be content. May we be content. May all beings be content. If you would like, bring to mind someone who you want to offer this practice of contentment to. May I be content. May we be content. May all beings be content. May I be content. May we be content. May all beings be content. The next time you come to center, pause there and bring your feet back to hip distance or shoulder distance apart. Hands down to the side. Take a notice. What's happened in your energy? What's happened in your awareness? What do you notice about your heart? Your physical heart, yes, but your metaphorical heart, your heart of love. And then the last form is the form of gratefulness, connecting to the body. And it's very simple. Bowing forward as we breathe in, coming up as we breathe out. And you can go down as deep as you feel comfortable, or as shallow as you feel comfortable. There's no gain, no pain, no gain here. Sometimes when it's really hard to think about something to be grateful for, maybe while listening to the morning news or reading a distressful story, it can be so helpful just to begin this body form. You don't have to think about anything. Gratefulness is the acknowledgement and the celebration of this life we have in our body, this energy, this connection we have with everybody and all things. May I be grateful. May we be grateful. May all beings be grateful. May I be grateful. May we be grateful. May all beings be grateful. And if you want, bring to mind somebody you want to offer this practice to. May I be grateful. May we be grateful. May all beings be grateful. May I be grateful. May we be grateful. May all beings be grateful. Next time you stand up, pause and bring your arms down to the side. Mm. 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 Harvesting this energy we just generated. Rub your hands together. Mm. Massage your face. From the base of your chin to the top of your face. Do that a few times. And then when you come to the top, comb your head. Comb your, take your fingers open to your head, the skull. And then pat it, front to back. Loving pats. Pats of loving awareness. And then massage your ears, top to bottom, the whole ear. Mm. 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 And now start at the top of your shoulder, right, left shoulder, and pat all the way down to your hand, and then the back of your arm as well. Do that a few times. And then the other arm, inside and outside. And then your chest. It's always fun to make a little noise doing this. Okay, under your left arm and down your side, part of your body that we often miss, giving it some nice love taps, and then the other arm. And then your tailbone, back of hand. And then your kidneys up here with your back of hand first, massage. Massage your kidneys. And then front, your palm of your hands, massage your kidneys. Very good. And then the divot right at the top of your hip. Go ahead and tap that. And then your knees, sides of your knee. Front and back of your knee. And then your other knee. Then when you stand up, unfurl very carefully. Slowly bring yourself up. Shoulders back. Head balanced. And then to close, we'll bring your feet a little closer together and we're going to lift our heels and bounce and drop them 9 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Thank you so much. Mhm. You said about taking questions now. Any questions? Any questions? You can sit down if you want. Anything? We'll have another question and answer if something comes up. Question and response, which is what I prefer to question and response has when we finish for the day even. Any comment? Yes, Josie.
I'm curious, I love the, that enlightenment is not a goal, and whenever I hear the term awakening, it's kind of the same thing for me. It's like, oh, that sounds like, it sounds or feels like a goal, and I wondered if you could speak to like the like happiness, not,
Awakening,
purpose.
awakening to me always means it's an ongoing process. And it could be awakening to, oh, here's Neil here, and I'm so glad he's here. You know, it's I don't ever see it as something grand, but rather that it's here in this moment. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Because the only way that we can offer our heart, offer our love, our compassion is if we're awake to something. Yeah. Anything else? Yeah.
So I was curious about when we were, you separated, like for women, it's the womb, like the actual physical womb. For men, imagine the umbilical.
Oh, yeah. Stephen did that. Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
I guess because what I remember where we went with that was to imagine all the ancestors that we came from. But why
Mhm.
wouldn't, because we all have masculine and feminine inside of us.
Yeah.
So why wouldn't women imagine the same
Mhm.
umbilical thing?
Mhm.
Men have a metaphorical womb,
Mhm.
perhaps.
Mhm.
Why do we separate it?
Yeah.
Could we repeat the question for the people on Zoom?
Yeah. Thank you.
Repeat the question. Okay. So with the embracing the womb of life, is the name of that. And what about the yin and yang and the masculine and feminine of it? Yes, that's a very good question. The answer that for me in that is that this practice is about embracing the womb of life. Okay. The practice isn't everything. It's this lower dantian, this part of the body. Okay. And as Suzanne mentioned, so this is the yin, the lower is the yin. And so that's what that practice is, to magnify the yin. So when we move up, then that's the yang. Okay, but that particular one's focusing on the feminine, if that makes sense. It's part of a process. It's one of several points. Okay, does that make sense? Yeah, yeah. But adapt all of these things. Okay, these are really ancient, right? I mean, thousands of years old. So however you can interpret or understand any of these, that's really the practice, is how you embody it. So the teaching comes to us and then we have to individuate it, what it is for me. So as Suzanne said, it's not right or wrong. You know, it's good, better, best. That Chunyi Lin says that. And I would say it's an increasing intimacy with your own practice.
Like that.
You know, makes sense.
Okay.
Thank you. Great question.
Mhm, mhm. Oh, back here first and then you, Neil.
May all beings be happy.
Mhm,
May all beings be content.
mhm,
We're practicing a process. It's so
Mhm.
easy to get stuck there. I
mhm.
want everybody to be content forever. It's a process. We're
Mhm.
just practicing being there.
Yes,
But
Yes.
It's gonna go.
yeah,
And it's
it
bitter.
comes and
It's
goes.
gotta go.
Mhm. It comes and goes.
Just-
That's why we practice.
Yeah.
Mhm,
Remember that that's not where we're supposed to be because we can't.
mhm,
We still gotta practice.
Mhm.
Otherwise,
mhm.
we don't ever get there.
Mhm. It's one way that I like to think about it. It's a birthright that gets covered over by conditioning. And so practicing helps dissolve conditioning in that moment so that we, what Stephen just said, we become more intimate. We become intimate with ourselves, with that which we truly are, our Buddha nature. Okay. Yeah. Welcome. Yes, Neil.
Oh, well, first is, thank you, Suzanne, for
You're welcome.
bringing this practice. So you talked a little bit about bodhicitta. I wonder if you could maybe expand on that. There may be people in here that aren't familiar with that concept. And I'm also wondering, so how did the Qigong practice sort of deepen your understanding of the Dharma, or did it inform how you looked at it?
Well, I'll start with that one. Dharma gets lived in the body, lived through the body. Dharma means just simply the guidance of life, the truth of life, and the guidance of life. And if I stay in my head about it all, this whole thing that's always communicating with me, I don't pay it any attention to. Okay. That's what Qigong did for me, was bring that much more into focus for me. Yeah. And in terms of bodhicitta, wow. What's the definition of bodhi? Do you know, Steve or Don? Loving kindness. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's about practicing that opening of the heart and offering it to all beings, living in service to all beings, practicing in service to all beings. That's not easy to do. I mean, I might practice for you because I like you, or Josie, or will I practice for, some other people? That's hard, but they're still all part of all beings.
So when we contrast bodhicitta with enlightenment, seems like enlightenment's more of an individual.
No, not necessarily. No, not necessarily. And if anything, I would just kind of suggest you just drop enlightenment, because one of the things that we keep learning from our teachers is that practicing is enlightenment. Sitting on the cushion is enlightenment. We don't have to think about it. We just practice it. Okay.
Question from chat.
Yeah.
how long do you do the audible breathing?
Oh, just for the first kind of bouncing period. Unless you have in this form, unless you have a chronic health condition, it's recommended to do it for 5 to 10 minutes. So you can practice it before you start the whole form, the audible breathing. Okay, I think it's time to hand it off.
Take a break.
Take a break. Oh, take a break. Okay. All right. Let's take a break. Stand up, move around. There's some.
When you hear the gong, we'll be reassembling. And you don't have to go anywhere. You could take a break sitting in your seat if you want to.
Remember, we're saying in noble silence.
For our friends on Zoom, some of you won't be able to hear the gong because of the way Zoom processes audio. Even sometimes with the original audio for musicians setting on, which one of you requested, occasionally the gong, maybe because of the directionality of the microphone or some circumstance of the room, the gong can be completely silent. So use your imagination and hear the most beautiful gong that you've ever encountered. It's happening.
Recorded the Zoom sessions. I don't want to don't make the last. So you're gonna go out. When it comes to something, when it's something influence with voice, I would understand that something is going through in it's when it's like a good rule, get the settings. It's all very interesting. So seated and standing.
Yeah, I'm gonna sit and then I'm going to stand. I think I'm gonna standing first. Yeah.
So this will get you to Zoom.
Okay.
That or just projection will get you to the back of the room. I've had a couple comments of people who have had some trouble hearing in the room, with all of the presenters.
Not, yes. In fact, well, standing,
Would you like to use this?
yeah, I probably should. That way I don't have to worry about it.
And you're gonna start standing?
I'm gonna start standing here.
And I will move this around
Okay.
and it'll be intrusive and obnoxious, but beneficial perhaps.
Helpful.
It's helpful. Yeah.
This is still working. Yes. So Don, when you hear your voice big through here, don't speak softer because this still needs to hear you as well for the Zoom people. So just keep putting it out. If it seems too loud in the room, I'll turn it down.
Well, if you think what we just went through was demanding physically, boy, you wait till you get in here with me. Okay. I'm not I'm not taking no mess, as we say in my lineage. So good morning again. What I think we're going to do here is we're going to provide a sequence of practice, Qigong practices, and meditation. So I'm not sure how many of you would already have a sequence of practices that you do every day or every other day, or however you schedule it. In my family, Catherine and I, this is my partner, and in the school that we taught for many years, we had a sequence. And the sequence was meditation, sitting, and then transition to standing, and then Qigong, another form of Qigong, as a way to get prepared to actually practice Tai Chi. So this morning, what we're going to do is provide you a sequence. And the first part of the sequence will be what we call Sheng Xin Qigong, or Rising Spirit Qigong. It's just a set of exercises. But you'll find it, it'll help you loosen up and ground and get more flexible, and the chi will begin, the life force will begin to move in the body without obstruction. And we move from that into sitting meditation, Jingzhou in Taoism, tranquil sitting, and in Buddhism, Zazen. The two practices for our practical purposes are essentially the same. They're just different names for them. So we'll talk you through that process. I will, and then we'll move from sitting to Buddha Qigong. Okay, and Buddha Qigong, I'm sure you'll find quite interesting. We'll go through that process, and then if we still have time, hopefully we will, we'll transition from Buddha Qigong to standing and doing some Tai Chi warm-ups with Tai Chi Qigong. This kind of process, okay? So that's the plan. The whole purpose of it has been talked about very, very clearly up till now, and so I'll just briefly repeat what we're doing. Fundamentally, what this is all about is relaxing and softening the body so that your life force will not be obstructed in some way in your body. When chi flows through your body without obstruction, a number of marvelous things begin to happen. Your mind clears up. You begin to have some sense of calmness and peace. As you continue to practice, you'll have tranquility and serenity. When you arrive at that level of being in the world, the obstruction to relationships with people who are like you and different from you begin to evaporate and go away. It's not an intellectual process so much as it is a physiological process. When we're uptight about what somebody said or what the country's going through right now or what the president said or whoever it was, whatever's going on, tighten up, withdraw. It begins to manifest in anger and worry, anxiety and fear. And all those things are natural. Our problem is that if we're uncareful, we'll get caught up in that, and that becomes mainly how we're operating in the world moment to moment, shortening our lives, interfering with real deep and wonderful relationships with people around us, no matter who they are. So our purpose then is to have the experience, not intellectually, but physiologically and spiritually, not to emptiness means there's no difference between you and I. We're actually one thing. We're not two. In order for you to be here, I have to be here. In order for you to be here, I have to be here. For me to be here, you have to be here. So it does look like we are separated from one another and we're individuals and so on. That's real to some extent. But the overall bigger picture is like the universe is all one thing. Can we have that experience? That's what we call enlightenment. Okay? So we need a sequence, I think. And it's been useful for me and my partner and students and friends. It's been useful for us to have that process. Now, as we go through Buddhahan, Catherine's going to practice along with me, and I'm going to invite Suzanne to practice along. She knows Buddhahan. So you'll have three people that you can look to see what the movements are about and so on. Okay? All right. We'll start out with Shungshin. So please stand up. Gonna place our toes together. Make sure they're touching. And then spread your heels out just gently. Push the crown of the head upwards as if you're touching the heavens with the crown of the head. This space up here is called the Bai Hui. Bai Hui. You want the Bai Hui to be pointing straight up. Tuck the chin gently, and the best way to do that is to imagine that there's a hook or a rope attached to this occipital notch. Jade pillow, we call it, that notch in the back of the head, and it's being pulled up. So it straightens your spine. Chin is slightly tilted down as a result. Toes together, heels apart. Push the tailbone forward gently. And allow the chest to fall. What you'll experience is the abdomen, the stomach will begin to expand naturally. That's what we want. We want a full tummy, full dandian, full of energy and chi. Take the hands, again, for those who identify as female, the right hand goes on the dandian, about 2 inches below the navel, and the left hand goes over the top. For men, it's the opposite. Left, right. We'll talk about that a little later if you have questions again about it. Lightly place the tip of the tongue on the roof of the mouth. Make sure that your eyes are soft. Shringuan, or the third eye, is soft. That space between the eyebrows. The eyes are soft. The jawline is soft. Allow your shoulders to soften and drop. Again, allow the chest to soften and relax. The lower back, again, the tailbone is pushed forward gently, but softened, very soft. Let's focus on breathing. Inhale through the nose. Bring the breath and the mind all the way down to the dandian, right behind the palms. And allow that part of the body, the trunk, that part of the body to expand. Open the way in. And the way in is that space at the floor of the trunk of the body between the anus and genitals, called the perineum. That space opens up like a flower as you inhale. Dandian expands, way in opens up. On the exhale, exhale through the mouth. Lift the way in and gently contract the dandian. As best you can, keep your lungs quiet. Inhale through the nose, fill up the dandian, open the way in. And relax again, and exhale through the mouth. Contract the dandian and lift the way in. Relax, relax, relax. Soften. Soften. Breathe consciously. This process will calm the mind and create ease. Use your mind. Mind is in command. Breath and action follow. Eventually, over time, those three become one. If thoughts arise, watch them come and watch them go. If you find yourself distracted, you wake up to that, go right back to your breathing. And close your eyes if you like, and go inside. Make sure your knees are slightly bent. Don't lock your knees. Go through the nose. Exhale through the mouth. And slowly open your eyes and follow me. Lower the hands slowly. Exhale as you do so. Oh. And the knees gently. Turn slightly to your left and step out. Follow the foot first, lower the heel. Body structure is still the same. Palms are facing the thighs, but soft. Everything that we've been practicing up to this point has not changed. Crown of the head is upward, chin down. Shoulders soft and relaxed, chest soft and relaxed. Tummy soft and relaxed. Lower tailbone is soft and relaxed. Push gently forward. The knees are bent. The toes are straight ahead. Okay, follow me. We won't worry so much about breathing. Just sort of breathe naturally here. I'm going to take you through some movements. And once we get through them, we'll move from that to sitting. Here we go. Swing the arms. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Bend the knees. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Bend the knees. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Bend the knees. And now, hands up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. One more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now, bring the arms up over the head and then 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Spread them out. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, and sit. Okay, this one coming up a little more complicated. So we're gonna go across, sit down, and then raise the hands up. Reach, reach, reach. And then cup, reach, cup, reach. Good. You're sitting right into it. Bend the knees. Ah. Ah. 4, 5. Go up on the toes now. 6, 7, 8, 9, 1, 2, 3. Don't bend over. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. One more 9, set of 9. Here we go. 1 on the toes. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Leave them up, leave them up. Cross them over slowly. Slowly. Bring them up. Exhale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And leave the hands up. Cross them in front of the body slowly. Shift your weight so that your toes come back together. Place the hands on the dantian. Close your eyes and go inside. Relax, relax, relax. Feel your body. Experience the space around you. Feel your feet on the floor. The chi is flowing now. If there's any place in the body that's tight, relax it. Any place in the body that's contracted, make sure it's relaxed. Let go. Put your mind there and let it go. And then place the mind, focus in the dantian. Where the mind goes, the chi goes. Where the mind goes, the chi goes. Mind is in command. Breath and action follow. Eventually, 3 become 1. That's practice. That's it. That's the essence of practice. Open your eyes. Bring your palms up together. Gasho. Turn and face your chair. Gasho. Turn and face outward. Turn all the way around. There you go. And Gasho one more time, and then find your seat. Have a seat. You're going to sit for a while. We're going to sit for a while. Again, it's either Zazen or Jingzao. Tranquil sitting or sitting in meditation, both are essentially the same. What I'd like for you to do, if you are in seats, make sure that you slide out and don't lay back in the seat. Slide out as far as you can, ideally out to the edge of your seat, so that your back is freed. Then body structure is the same as when we were standing, but now we're sitting. You're going to take the body way at the crown of the head, and you're going to push it straight up. The occipital notch, that bump on the back, is pushed up, as if you're being pulled up on a rope. And the chin goes down gently. The shoulders are soft. The spine is straight. The chest is soft and relaxed. The tummy is soft and relaxed. Excellent. Very good. Now, I think everybody's got this idea, especially in chairs. With your legs, I don't know if you can see me. If you have a chair, don't do this. Or this. Right, or this. Or that. What is for your legs to go straight out from your hips and the toes are forward. Just like if you were standing. I wouldn't be this way. And I wouldn't be like that. You know? Hands. There are various mudras that you can use. The classic mudra in Buddhism. And what's the name of this one?
The universe.
The universe. Yes, thank you. Universe. Mudra. In Taoism, it's the Tai Chi Tu. So we'll have an image of the Tai Chi Tu here.
Dot.
Yes. Ah, there we are. There we go. The Tai Chi Tu. Yeah, there you go. Let me appreciate it. So black is yin and white is yang. As you can see, there's always yin and yang and yin. Right? Okay. So it means that these things aren't separate. It means that they flow together. When yin runs out, it transforms the yang. When yang runs out, it transforms the yin. This constant cycle. They're not really separate. So we can use that mudra in the hand. You use that mudra in the hands, take your thumb, place it like so. I'm going to talk you through a meditation process. Please close your eyes and go inside. Negong. Negong translates out as inner work. It uses Tuna Dao Yin, Taoist breathing methods, to transform the Qi, to create glowing Qi, and Qi that flows throughout the body. There are three breathing methods fundamentally in that process. We're going to use the first one. And that method is you inhale through the nose, you inhale through the third eye, you bring the breath and the mind to the center of the brain. You bring the breath and the mind to the tip of the tongue that's on the palate. You go down the front of the body, all the way down to the lower dantian. You fill up, you open the way in. On the exhale, you close, lift the way in. Allow the dandian to close or close. The breath will go back up the front to the tip of the tongue, through the roof of the mouth, to the center of the brain, and out through the third eye, and out through the mouth. Inhale through the nose. Inhale through the third eye. Go to the center of the brain, down to the tip of the tongue at the roof of the mouth, all the way down the front of the body, to the lower dandian, expand it and open the way in at the bottom of the perineum muscle between the anus and genitals. Relax, relax, relax. If you find it difficult to get the breath all the way down to the lower dandian, don't try and force it. Just allow the breath to go as far as it will go without straining. And then exhale. But over time, each time you breathe on the inhale, try to get just a little bit further down. And eventually you'll get to a place where you can breathe all the way into the dandian, fill it up, open the way in, and then exhale, contract the dandian and lift the way in. Again, use your mind. We'll sit for about 5 minutes. If I get really into it and really relaxed, I may go 10 minutes. Well, maybe 15. Okay, let's shoot for 5. Relax, relax, relax. Allow your chin to lift. You'll just start to dream and drift away. Make sure your chin is gently tucked down. It'll keep you focused and it'll keep you awake. It'll help you to have your mind be right here and not somewhere else. Work at softening the breath. Soften everything. Make the body relaxed and soft. Breath is soft. In time, you will breathe your entire body. Breathe through the cells and the skin. Breathe into the bone marrow. And muscles and sinews. Inhale, bring chi through the skin into the bones. On the exhale, allow it to just flood out and flow out through the entire body. Open your eyes and follow me. We're going into Buddha head. Get ready. Inhale through the nose, fill up the dantian, open the way in. And exhale through the mouth. Contract the dantian and lift the way in. Again, inhale through the nose, bring the palms together. Long inhale through the nose. Fill up the dantian, open the way in. And then exhale through the mouth. Oh, this is dragon spreads its wings. Inhale, bring the palms together. Draw in. Inhale, inhale. Make a ball. And exhale, push out all. Gee, it's like you're lifting water out of a lake. It's Phoenix rising. Inhale, 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 inhale. Run inwards. And then exhale. What's up? Gee. And the palms of face the rear. Inhale. We're offering compassion, love, and generosity. Exhale. Gee. Turn inward. Accepting love and compassion and generosity. And then that manifests as a flower. Ah. Gee. Inhale. Oh. Gee. Repeat. Ryan. Release. Oh. Gee. Phoenix rising. Oh. Gee. Back of the hands touch. Release. Oh. Giving. Gee. Turn inward. Receiving love and compassion and generosity and making a flower. Ah. Gee. Oh. Gee. Inhale. Fill up. Open. Oh. Gee. Now let's get our body. Make sure your body's in this. Make sure your body's in it. There'll be a little bit of rolling. And, oh. Gee. Offering. I love you much. Oh. Gee. You love me much. Oh. And that turns into a beautiful flower. Gee. Oh. Gather up. Gee. Release. Oh. Phoenix rising. Gee. Use your mind. Mind and breath and action. Oh. Palms up, palms up. Come back just a little bit. And then, oh, back of the hands together. She. Oh. Gee. Gee. Oh. Gee. Oh. Gee. Oh. Gee. Gee. Remember, make your flower. Oh. Gee. Oh. This time we're gonna close. She, bring the palms together. Lower your hands. And then go back to your mudra, whatever it is. Relax. Make sure your posture is nice and erect, but soft and relaxed. Paying attention to your breathing. All right, remain seated. Don't change your position. We're going to practice sitting and doing Shi Ho. After me, Shi. Inhaling. Then exhale. Oh. Shi. Oh. Shi. Oh. Oh. Shi. Whole body. She. Oh. And exhale, melt. She. Oh. One more time. She. Oh. Love the kidneys and liver and spleen. Liver and spleen first. Place the palms here. And we're going to go to 81. I'll do the counting. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Kidneys, back of the palms. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. I threw in an extra 9. Just for the heck of it. Okay. Put your palms on your knees. And we're going to do this. We're going to circle the body. Okay. Slide that back a little bit. Now remember, all this is all about transitioning from meditation to standing. Okay. Lean forward and then circle to your left. Big circle. 1. Inhale as you go back. Exhale as you go forward. 2. 3. 4. 5. Don't let your chin go up. 6. 7. 8. She. 9. And reverse. She. 4. 1. She. 4. 2. She. 3. She. 4. She. 5. She. 6. She. 7. She. 8. She. Okay, now this time around, when you come around, this will be a little tough for some of us, but just relax as best you can. Around as far as you can go comfortable. If you're a chair, just lean forward as far as you can go. Let your arms hang. You come up slowly, but keep your head pointed down. As you roll your spine from your tailbone all the way up, keep your head down until you're almost erect, and then bring the chin up slightly, gently. Inhale, inhale. And then exhale. Straighten the legs. And this is mainly for people that sit cross-legged, but you can also do it from chairs. Rub. And shake it out. All right, stand up, please, and take your time standing up. Just relax as you stand up. Use your mind. Wonderful. All right, so we're gonna do one round of Tai Chi, Qigong warm-ups. Just so you get, no, that's fine. Just so you get a feel for this one. All right, so now we'll start out again here. Everything has this ritual to it. We start out here, toes together, palms on the dandian. Focus, relax, focus on your breathing. Make sure everything's aligned correctly. You look at me from the side, you'll see I'm not like this. There. Good job. All right, lower the hands. Lift the left heel. Step out. Push the tailbone forward and sit down, exhale. Oh. Palms face the rear. This is what we call open Tai Chi. Shi, bring the hands up to shoulder height. Oh, let them drop. All the way down. Shi, inhale. Through the nose. Then exhale. Oh. Shi. Oh. Shi. Oh. Shi. Knees are bent. Tailbone push forward. Oh. Shi. Oh, hands are soft. Shi. Ideally, with this particular exercise, we want to keep the wrist straight as you drop. Oh. And you can do it another way, of course. Shi. You can do it this way, which is okay. Hmm? But we don't want to lock this right now. It'll take a while for that to loosen up. So what we do is go inhale, straighten the wrist. This is fat lady's wrist, dragon lady's wrist. And then just drop the hands. Wow. Shi. This is okay. This is great. You catch chi in here. And then just drop. Ah. Shi. Oh. All right, everybody after me, with me. Shi. Oh. Shi. Oh. Shi. Oh. Shi. Oh. Shi. Oh. It's your body in this. It's your whole body doing this. Shi. Not just your arms. Everything's involved. Oh. Yeah. Good. Shi. Oh. She. Oh. We're gonna add one more. Carry tiger to the mountain. She. And sit the palms. Huh? She. Open up. Hands back. Ah, and then. Oh. She. Oh, set the palms. She. Back and then up. And then down. Tuck the chin. Exhale. Go as far as you can comfortably. Ah. Open up. Set the palms. One more time. She. Shoulder blades together. Open up. And then tuck the chin and go down. Ah. Pull the hands all the way down. Oh. Shift your weight. Toes together, heels apart. Hands on the down in. And then. Yeah, that was a good time. I hope you guys had a good time. That was great. All right, questions at all? We got a few minutes. Anything come up, but you need some clarification for thoughts, whatever comes up. Yes, ma'am.
With the she, are you inhaling and vocalizing, or are you?
That's a trick question.
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, you say you can't do it at the same time.
Haven't been able to.
Yeah, no, I can't do it. I've been at this for years. I can't do it. So what you end up doing is going, she. Inhale. But you can do ho and exhale at the same time. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, good. Anything else?
Can I say something?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, come on over here.
Need help getting up though. Thank you. Master Wong in Taiwan, I went to see him once and said, I lose my mind when I'm sitting. It goes all over the place. So he gave me a method, which is very simple. You just count the breaths. And here's what he said. If you get to 9, you have a very strong mind. So don't give up. It's very hard to do. You know, our minds are like going all over, but like Suzanne said and Don said, we need to make sure that we're in charge of it. So I wanted to put it in perspective about what to expect of yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Anything else before we take a break? Okay, good. Thank you. Yeah.
So during the last break, I was asked about to say something about the emotions that I processed you through, and and to explain them a bit more, because we're human beings. Emotion means energy in motion. That's what we've been talking about today, in going through our practices. So, anger, hatred, anxiety, depression or despair, and fear are 5 very common emotions. Anybody in here not experience at least one of those, right? We all do. And maybe, you know, I've been hearing from a lot of people right now, those are up a lot. Well, we need antidotes for those, because if we spend our time in those states, we're going to be in big trouble. And a lot of people are in big trouble right now. I'm not suggesting that we have a system, we have a culture that's just shaping us for all of this. And so we need to practice positive emotions. Thich Nhat Hanh talked a lot about the Vietnamese Zen master talked a lot about the store consciousness. What we have in our store consciousness, we need to address, we need to attend to. Those are the negative emotions are in the store consciousness, and the positive emotions are in the store consciousness. So we get to ask the question, what are we going to practice? Which ones are we going to cultivate? Which ones are we going to water? And so the ones I took you through, happiness, joy, peace, contentment, and gratitude, are all the antidotes for these negative states of mind that can cause so much trouble. Trouble for ourselves, trouble in the world. Happiness, the 3 things that I identify with happiness. Happiness in our culture often means pleasure, right? If we're having a pleasurable experience, or we're in a pleasant circumstance, we name that as happiness. That's a state. There's nothing wrong with that. But the true happiness we're talking about here is that we're open to life, we accept life, and we're loving. This is true happiness. We need to practice this. And these Qigong movements are a very positive way of practicing it in our whole body. We can think about those states, but thinking about that state is not going to produce it. Our actions are what's going to produce it. Joy also is another one that a lot of people have trouble with, because we look at, as I said during the practice, we look at the world and we go, what do I have to be joyful about? Well, should I be joyful if people are suffering so much? Should I be happy if people are suffering so much? And again, if we don't cultivate these states, we don't go out in the world in that way. The world will shape us in the way that the world shapes things. So joy is that sense of freedom to be who we fully are. Like I gave you that little image of a kid, you know, going, I really got to get up. I can't wait to get on there. Okay, the bell rings. I'm free. You know, that's the sense of joy. And it can be that simple. It can be. And sometimes it needs to be. Otherwise, we make it way too complicated. Peacefulness is, I think about it in terms of, and I'll use a physiological description here, it's spending as much time in our parasympathetic nervous system as possible. We have this sympathetic nervous system that we need for getting out in the world, getting up, moving, all of that. We need that system because we're human beings. We have things to do. We want to live life fully. We also have the parasympathetic nervous system, which is the calming down nervous system, which is the at ease nervous system, which is at peace nervous system. And then we also have the social engagement nervous system, that when we engage with each other in a loving, kind way, we engage that system and we can be at peace. So the simplest way to engage the parasympathetic nervous system is to have your exhale be longer than your inhale. So few people know that. And yet, I mean, we should be teaching this in elementary school, you know, in first grade, right? Because it's a simple thing. It has to do with our breathing process that can get so messed up when we're in fear, when we're in hatred, when we're in hurt and anger, all of that. You know, we go very shallow because we go into a protective breathing pattern. So when we pay attention to extending our exhale longer than our inhale, will eventually trigger that response in our body. That's peace. That's peace. It might take a few breaths or more, but eventually, if you practice that, you'll be able to trigger it. And you'll go, oh, look what I just did. So that you can give yourself a loving pat and say, good for you that you could take charge of that. Contentment, I think that's really the toughest one, because there are so many things to be dissatisfied about now, right? We hear something, go, oh no, not that again. Or, oh my goodness, what are they doing now? You know, that sort of thing. But if we don't practice contentment, we're going to be in a state of dissatisfaction. And that is what causes suffering, our own suffering and the suffering of others. So that's why we need to practice contentment. It's that state of being where we say, it's okay. I'm okay. Even though we don't like what's going on out here, it is life showing up. When we accept life is showing up this way, then we can ask ourselves, is there something for me to do here? Like, for example, today is a day to write a postcard to the White House so that it gets inundated. I'm not going to get political here, but so that it gets inundated with postcards of people saying, hey, wait a minute, let's do this a different way. If we hang out in dissatisfaction, we don't take actions that we think will help. And so when we come from content, I accept life as it is, and let me see if there's something I need to do about it. We live a very different path. And then the last one, gratefulness, and that might feel more obvious to people because things show up that we like and we're grateful for them. And if we're not, we need some work. But it also needs to be leading with gratefulness, not just when good stuff shows up, leading with it in response to the life that we have. Just a good practice to every morning getting out of bed and going, thank you. Thank you for waking me up this morning. Thank you for letting me get out of bed this morning. Thank you for whatever is going to show up in my life today so I can figure out what I'm going to do. Okay? Any questions about that? Yeah, Neil.
Okay. But
Yeah, yes, okay.
what about, so I think, I don't hear you saying we're dismissing anger or resentment. We're not trying to deny those feelings. But
No.
How do we work with those in a positive way?
By saying, hello, anger. Anybody been angry in the last 2 days? You go, hello, anger. Thich Nhat Hanh said, hold it like a baby. Hello, anger. It's okay. Anger is always about something fundamentally unfair happening, right? Something fundamentally unfair is happening to a lot of people. Okay, hold it. Hold it. The big problem comes when we react with it. And when we acknowledge it, that I'm angry, what do I need to do here? We might need to pause and do these wonderful meditations. Pause and trigger our parasympathetic nervous system so that any anger energy moves through us. And then we can practice. I'm open. I accept this so that I can decide what to do about it. And I want to be a loving person. That's happiness. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So acceptance of any feeling that comes up. Anger is about something fundamentally unfair is happening. Sadness is about something precious to me is being lost or has been lost. Grief. And fear is something that's precious to me is in danger. When we cannot acknowledge that, or we might have a perception and none of that is happening, then we need to know that. That's a way to work with ourselves. Okay? But it always has to, I like to do this. Oh, come back here. Oh, what's going on here? No? Okay, great. All right. Got it. Got it. Thank you.
Just,
Can people in the room hear Stephen when he's talking?
can you hear Stephen when he's talking?
Do we need the mic
They
or not?
can.
No.
They don't need this. Okay, so it's just this one. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's great. Thank all of you for showing up. So great. I had plans. Or someone had plans. So there are practices for releasing. And I'm surrounded by people who really want to release. Okay. And I do too. So I'm going to teach you some of these that were taught to me by various teachers. And then we're going to releasing is great, but now there's a vacuum. So what comes in? Okay. So the Buddha called this, do you know this is replacing the peg? So if there's an Amish barn, or maybe a barn 2,500 years ago, they had timbers, they had like the big wood beams, and they connected them with joinery. And one way to do it, see, was you brought these two beams together with sort of a tongue and groove, and then you drilled a hole in it with your drill, and you pounded in a peg to hold it. And over time, the peg would begin to rot. So you had to replace the peg. Okay. So if there's a rotten peg, it's not enough to get rid of it because the barn will fall down. You have to replace it. So how do you replace it? You take exactly the same dowel and a mallet and you drive it in, and it drives the old one out. And at the same time, it fills the space. And that's how you maintain the integrity of the structure. Okay. So please stand. And we'll do some various practices for releasing what some teachers would say releasing stuck chi. And that means tension. Releasing, how do we release tension? Okay, and we'll start out, we did Trembling Mountain. Remember with Suzanne, we did this one. I teach this in prison. This is the most fundamental and basic and maybe the easiest to remember, because this practice is pre-human. Do you have a dog? I have a dog. My dog does this practice, particularly when he gets wet. Then you want to sort of back off. But mammals do this. Bears do it like this, and mice do it really fast. But the reason that we do this as mammals is because we're releasing tension in the body. Okay. And Qigong is based on nature. It's based on mountains and rivers and trees and animals and clouds. And this comes right from nature. Okay. So increase your intensity. So don't do this casually, just really get into it. Okay, and now even more. Okay, on the count of 3, we'll all stop together. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. As Suzanne said, notice, just notice. Okay, so that tingling, that's a sign of the presence of chi, of life force energy, and the heat, right? And what we've done here is we've released tension. Okay. Good. Now, the abbreviated form of that is just this. Just shake your hands. And if you practice Trembling Mountain a number of times, this will bring on the same sense of release as the whole practice does, just the hands. And we do this anyway. People do this anyway. You know, it's natural. Now, if you've been watching the news too much or reading it too much, or you had a toxic interaction for some reason, something, and you feel icky like that, the first thing is awareness. This doesn't feel good, okay? But awareness is not enough. This doesn't feel good, and what am I going to do about it? Okay? And I'm going to show you some different levels of releasing practices, okay? If you feel lightheaded or dizzy, then stop, okay? Because they're really effective. Okay, the first one is this. So in breath, out breath, okay? And then begging dog, and then down, okay? So in breath, sit down, out breath, and then return. Only we don't do it like that. We do it like this. Don't do it more than once. You really might black out, okay? And do it to the degree that you need to do it. But do it, okay? So let's just practice this. Now, you're probably not real tense right now. So just do it gently, okay? But remember how I did it. And do that when you need to. And you will immediately release all of that. And then we'll talk about what happens next. So let's just do it. So in breath, and then out breath. Good. Okay, once more. Okay. And so this can be done very gently. Okay, so making the practice intimate. What do I need? I know how it's taught. What do I need to do right now? What will serve me? What do I need to do right now? And if you have to go outside and go out where no one's looking and do that, or shut the door of the room and do that, because if you don't, you're going to explode, please do that. Okay. Now, after you do that, okay, so we're going to breathe in now. So that was an expelling. The next one is taking in, right? So become very clear on what you're bringing in. All right. So it doesn't have to be words or concepts. You can breathe in rainbow light. You can breathe in loving kindness, whatever you want to breathe in. But so first we'll just do the expelling. So we're expelling through the palms, expelling, then back, and then down. Okay, and now We're bringing in, we're gathering in to the heart, in breath. Okay. Very simple. But when we do it with the body, it's a whole other level of effectiveness. We can do it with the mind. We can do it with the breath. Pretty good. You can do it in sitting meditation too. But when you do it with the whole body, it's very effective. Okay. Now, the other one, this is one of the 8 brocades. And this also comes from martial arts, but it's punching. So this is the stance. It's a martial arts stance. You tuck your fist here. And now the punching would be very quick and violent, but we're going to punch that. We're going to do the punch that Ken Cohen teaches with the 8 brocades. And so this is in breath, out breath. In breath, out breath. In breath, why do we punch like that? It's because of what Suzanne was just saying. We're not reacting. We're not acting out of anger. We're not, or fear, or we're not acting out of that, and we're not reacting to it. We're responding. This is our action in the world. So in breath, very considered, very focused. Look at your fist with your eyes. So focus and then withdraw. Slow and very, very determined. In breath, withdraw. Out breath, you're coming from your belly. I have a plan, I see a way, and I am going forward from my center. Extremely powerful, much more powerful than a sudden punch. Okay, once more on each side. Good. I practiced this for a long time before I understood it. So violence is easy. It'll never be the final resolution. Okay, the next set of practices is going to move us into present moment awareness. So if you study meditation, practice meditation, mindfulness, one of the definitions is just being awake in the present moment. So present moment is a core teaching in the Dharma. And I remember being 4 years old, and my mommy was cutting me an apple. I'm just a little kid. She cut it in half, and she cut it in a quarter, and she cut it in an eighth. You know, and it's like right at this level, my memory, I can see it. And I'm thinking, what if she kept cutting these in half? Now we have an eighth. Now we have a 16th. If the knife was sharp enough, now we have a 30. And this little kid's mind went into infinity because it's never gone, is it? I mean, this was my first conscious contact with infinity. There will always be a piece of apple there, no matter what you do. You can't disappear it, right? So present moment is like that. Like, how long is the present moment? Okay. So this is the past. Okay. And this is the future. So this is all gone. And this hasn't happened yet. And so we're here, right? Everybody, we're here. Past is gone, right? Future hasn't come. Okay. How long is the present moment? Is it a second? No. Is it a half a second? Is it a tenth of a second? Is it a millionth of a second? The answer is the present moment is timelessness. The present moment cannot be measured. The present moment is beyond the comprehension of the linear mind. And that's where we live all the time. So as Suzanne said, there's nowhere to go. We are in awakened mind. In this moment, it's the only place we can be. We can't be in the past, and we can't be in the future. We can only be here, but we can't tell you what here is because it's beyond the little mind to understand. Present moment, present moment. And many of these experiences bring us into the present moment because the thinking mind and all this stuff, it just sort of evaporates. You've been practicing now for 2 hours. No, 3 hours. See, that's what happens. We're in present moment. And you're not alone when you're in present moment. You're in harmony with all that is because everything arises and passes away in this present moment. So these meditation practices, they don't isolate us, they connect us. Okay. So some of you who've been practicing with me for a while, you've done these, but they're always new. So these are opening the 7 gates. Okay. The 7 gates, without going into deep explanations, we'll just say these are the 7 chakras. Okay. Everyone's familiar. Everyone's done yoga. Everyone knows what these. Okay. So in Qi practice, there's a sense, as Don made so clear, of this energy flowing through a system, just like sap flows through a tree. So this energy flows through the system. We can detect it, we can feel it, and we can develop it, and we can channel it. Okay. So if we stand in our stance and we feel and imagine in our vertical upright stance that there's this tube or sort of bamboo of light from the center of the earth that encompasses the body, goes all the way up into the universe. And we're standing in this column of light. And the column of light is also inside of us. And it passes through all of these dantians, all of these 7 energy centers in the body. Okay. When we're opening, so these are called gates. When we're opening these gates, we're opening to the flow of Qi, of life force energy within this system and beyond the system from Earth to cosmos. But that's what we're opening to. Well, sometimes people will say, oh, I just want to be open. Well, that's not going to work for you all the time. People are out there who will take advantage of you if you're open all the time. So it's not a matter of being opened or closed. It's the question of open to what? And so we're open to this flow of energy in our body, okay, in our system. So when we're opening these gates, that's what we're opening to, all right? And then once they're open, once the old peg is gone, we bring in the new one, which is we're going to be filling the body with the light of the stars. Okay. The first part of this practice we've already done, which is Trembling Mountain. Okay. But let's just do it for a minute because I was yakking a lot in there. So this is a practice of releasing tension, and feel free to boogie as long as you keep your feet flat. It's fine. Now, some people can visualize very readily, other people not so much. So the visualization is helpful, but the main thing is the feeling. You can also, if you're musical, like Doug is, you can imagine sound too. What occurs to me often is sort of ice breaking off and shattering on the ground and melting. But whatever works for you to release. We're releasing tension in the body and in the mind. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, deep breath. Good. Okay, now the next step here is we'll open our hands, sit down, bring our hands above our heads. We're looking up and we're forming a screen, crossing the fingers, forming a screen. We hold this a moment and we visualize this, what the hands are doing, coming down inside the body. This screen of light, as we move our hands down, we're screening through, we're filtering through the whole body, filtering out anything that's not needed. So our attention is inside the body as we go down. And down into the earth as compost. Okay. And then in breath. Look up. Okay, we'll make the screen again. We're going to do this again and make the screen a little finer, a little brighter, and it's moving through the brain, through the face. It's moving through the body. Feel it. Feel a screen of light moving through the body. Very good. And then out, down into the earth. Okay. And then in breath. Okay. Final time. Very bright and very fine. Take your time. Feel it going through the organs, the body. Okay. Very good, very good. All the way down the legs, inside the muscles, the feet, and then down into the ground. Okay. Very good. All right, now we're ready. So the 7 gates, Don described the perineum at the very bottom of the torso. That's the first gate. The second gate is the abdomen. The third gate is the solar plexus. Fourth gate is the heart. Fifth is the throat. Sixth is third eye or forehead or brain. And the 7th gate is the crown of the head. Okay. And so the movement for opening is, so with the hands, we come out around. We did this with Buddha hands. Point toward the body. where your fingers are pointing, that's where your attention goes. You can visualize light coming through the fingertips into that gate. Okay, so let's say it's the second gate, lower dantian, into that gate, and then open, 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 open. Now your mind is inside the body and your gesture is open. Okay. And then when we do that, we're bending at the waist. This is from the swimming dragon lineage of Qigong. This is very, very old. Okay. So let's start together. We'll start with number 1, right? So first, so bend, point to the perineum. Okay, hold that a minute and get the feeling, get the visualization. Okay, and then ready, then open, 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 open. Okay, open, open, look up, completely open. Good. Okay, and now bending again. Pointing now to the abdomen and hold this. So this light is going into the abdomen. Imagine this light in the lower dantian in the body. Okay, and now open, open, open. We're opening that gate. It's like the bamboo has these filaments, these joints. We're opening each one of those. Very good. And now the third one, solar plexus. Before opening, get a real feel for this. This light, healing light going into the body, filling the body with this light. And we're opening, opening. There are 3 now that are open. Good. Okay, 4th one. Pointing to the sternum, the heart, the lungs, the rib cage. Okay, open. So there are 4 of them now in a line. Very good. Bending at the waist again. Now the throat. So we're opening the throat vertically so it's completely clear. The esophagus and the trachea. So open, open, open. Open. Okay. Very good. Bending again. Okay, and now the forehead, the middle of the forehead. So we're going to open the skull. We're going to open the brain. We're going to open the mind. So it's just luminous space. Open, open, open. Look up. Okay, there's 6 of them all open. Very good. And now we'll do the 7th. So bending down. This is the crown of the head where we did the tapping. Okay. So now we're going to send that light in, lighting up, opening. It's like a shell of peas. Opening up, the whole system is open. Okay, good. Now, sitting down a bit, come up. Now we're going to, remember when we first started, we're going to bring down that light. The nature of this light is warm, loving, and cosmic. So we're going to bring down that light and we're going to fill every gate Every gate is open. We're filling this tube around the body and in the body with the light of the universe, filling all these gates. And the light is warm. And the body is warm. All the way down. All the way down. And then just standing for a moment. This whole system is open from the center of the earth all the way up. It's filled with this light, which is also consciousness. We can place our attention anywhere on this column. Okay. All right, very good. We're going to go through this 2 more times because they've already begun to close. They were open in the present moment. Okay, so here we go. We'll start with number 1. So, get ready. Open, 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 open. Good. And now number 2. Open, open, open. A little easier this time. Now number 3. Open heart. Opening the throat to the breath, to this light. Okay, and now the forehead. Okay, very good. And now the crown. This opens the whole body-mind system, and it's one with this column. It's one with this energy. Everything is open. Now we're going to fill. Some texts say that this is like honey that's filling. So whatever works for you, but mainly just feel it. The body becomes one with the light of the stars. One more time. Okay, the tension is in the body. Good. No separation, body and the universe. Okay, so we'll do this one more time at your own pace. Okay. Now just notice. Okay, so the abbreviated form of this is just the fourth one. So it's just because this is right in the middle of 7, and the heart circulates internally and the lungs circulate externally. So this is the abbreviated version, is just to open the heart. So, and that opens them all. Okay. So let's just do it once more. So we're opening, with this, we're opening all 7. Just like opening a pot of peas. 7. Okay. All right. Now the present moment part of this, I need to step back so I don't end up falling on. So I'll demonstrate it here first. So first we're going to open all 7 with this one movement. They're all open. Okay. And then we're going to shift the weight. We're going to step forward, and we're going to say in our mind, that was then, this is now. Okay, and that's present moment. Okay, so once again, so by opening the heart, we're opening all of them. Okay, so let's go with that. So open, open, open the whole thing. You can feel it. It's all open. There's a column. They're all completely open. Okay, and then shift the weight. Step, step, in breath. Say in your mind, that was then. This is now. Okay, and then step back. Repeat that. When we say this is now, that's an out breath. Okay. And at the end of the out breath, we just stay there. We don't breathe in. Okay, ready? So, okay, so keep in mind all 7. You can feel all this lined up. There's a seam in the front like a cicada. The name of this is cicada. So open, open, open. Everything opens. Okay, shift, step, shift, step, in breath. That was then. Out breath. In breath. This is now. Out breath, out breath, out breath, out breath, out breath, out breath, out breath. Present moment. Okay, repeat. Okay, the present moment is at the end of the out breath. Okay, so one, shift, step, shift, step, in breath, out breath, in breath, out breath, out breath, out breath. Very good. One more time. Okay, the cicada is opening its shell. Shift, step, shift, step, in breath. Good. Okay, very good. And we'll just finish with the flying cranes. Any variation of the flying cranes that you want to do. The cranes are back. I saw them in their V. And it's a little known fact that flying cranes smile because they like to show off their gold teeth. Very good. Okay, let's reduce the movements. And now very slowly, let's go ahead and take our seats. Your breath will slow down and your heart rate will slow down. And if you want to, you can remember and feel any of the movements that we've done together today. Pretend you're doing them and feel how they feel, whether it's Buddha hands or 5 elements or the gates or the crane, anything. And just, if you want to, with your breath, just do them without moving. Let's take a few more breaths. And then begin just by wiggling your toes a little or moving your fingers. Just very gently, very slowly. Move the body a little if you want to. And we'll dedicate the merit of this practice with great gratitude to our ancestors, to our world, to our teachers, to our loved ones, those who are here, those who have passed on, to our families and to our friends. We dedicate this practice, this place of peace in the midst of the hurricane. We dedicate this practice to the benefit of all beings. May all beings be happy. May all beings be safe. May all beings everywhere be free. Thank you so much for your presence and for your practice. And we'll close this session and then we'll have time for questions and comments. Okay. So first we do the removing glasses movement. Clap your hands one time, make heat, and massage your face however you want to. Eye sockets, temples, jawbone, ears, any scalp, anywhere. And brush down your body a little bit. And do your abbreviated chi releasing. And then make loose fists, tap your kidneys. And then massage your kidneys. Okay. So let's come up here and find a way to arrange ourselves. Done. Okay, so it's been real. Comments or questions, please? Yeah.
In the last sequence of opening the gates.
Yeah.
It wasn't really clear at when we open the gates, what do we imagine coming out? At first, I thought you were saying light, but is it also just all the gook that needs to come out?
Well, that is entirely up to you. You know, what may be stuck in various gates is, I think it's your business. I don't think there's anything in particular. Do you guys? No,
No,
just releasing tension or releasing,
Tension, stuck,
releasing whatever it
Whatever's
is.
Stuck
jammed up in
energy.
there.
yeah, stuck energy.
Yeah, another way of saying opening would just be to say relaxing too. That would be, you just relax that part of your body. Was there, oh,
So kind of going along with what he said, does it make any difference if you're releasing to the left or to the right?
well, I'm gonna ask you.
I don't know. I think it's a preference. I think it's a preference.
I'm right-handed. I don't
But I was mirroring you.
Yeah.
know.
So you were going right and I was going left and I was like, no.
No, just whatever, either, both, and you could do both, I suppose, you could do either.
Mhm.
What do you think?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I learned that from you.
Did you?
That,
Oh, okay.
that was then, this is now.
This
I
is
learned
now,
that from
right,
you
right,
a long time
Right.
ago.
right. One of the teachers that I've practiced with, Daisy Lee, she has a form that the right side is the feminine, the left side is the masculine. And so she does forms, she does the same movement on both sides. She recommends that.
I was talking about the same.
Ah,
Exactly.
yes, yes. Mhm. Yeah,
This is
you know-
why I don't specify.
yeah.
Yeah. You know,
Because this school is gonna say that, and they're gonna be 100% right, and this school is gonna say that, and they're gonna be 100% right. And
Exactly.
I don't need to be right, so whatever, whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and just decide which one you want to be. That's all. I mean,
In that moment.
I mean, that's true. I mean, okay, let me give you an example. In our lineage, we were taught again, the more or less classic, left hand is masculine, right hand is feminine, right? And so if you go to the Dandian, you want the yang hand to be next to the Dandian so that it can be going out. The right hand is bringing energy in, right? So right hand's bringing energy in. You turn it around in the Dao, in the Qigong, and then you send it back out. The microcosmic orbit, same thing. Men, it goes down, it goes through the crown of the head, through the third eye, through the nose, down the front of the body. It's a meridian system, or reservoir is called, down to the way in, and then up the back, and through the jade pillow to the center of the brain, and then out the top. And okay, but then finally he said, there's a female side to this, right? And the female side is in through the nose, through the head, through the third eye, to the back, down the back, turn it, send it up, boom. So here's the punchline. I decided to start doing the female method. And guess what? My chi started to flow much better. That's a true story. Okay, so now what does that mean? For me, it doesn't mean I'm female, it doesn't mean I'm male.
It doesn't really matter.
It doesn't really matter. The fact is, that's how it worked. So what my suggestion would be is that you just try different things and see what works best for you, what feels best.
Yeah, because these teachings are strained through various
Yeah,
cultures
they really are. Yeah.
and times,
Mhm.
places, so. But it is true, though, that in Taoism, the male and female energy are perfectly balanced.
That's right.
There is no male hierarchy.
There's no hierarchy.
That doesn't exist.
Mhm.
Anybody else?
All right, it's a little embarrassing, but I don't really feel anything. Like when we're doing the gates, am I doing it wrong? Or am I just?
You're doing it totally wrong. Get out of here.
You just wasted 4 hours, Neil.
I don't feel like, I'm thinking too much about it.
When I first started with Trisha Yu and Gabrielle Byers and Donna Silver, you remember these people?
Sure.
A long time ago, 32 years ago. And they're doing this Qigong and it looked beautiful.
Yeah.
I did not feel anything for 2 years. I just kept doing it because it looked great,
Yeah.
and everyone else was doing it. And so I did it, right? But no, I didn't feel anything for a long time. And then eventually, yeah, it started coming through. You know, I mean, I don't know, I was raised in the military. Maybe that's something to do with it. I don't know. But it took a while. Hmm?
Mhm.
Yeah, same here. And, you know, teaching over the years, what I learned with students, and I learned this about myself, is that we are unconsciously tight,
Mhm.
okay, contracted because of our adaptation to the environment around us, the way in which we manage the perception of threats or stress or et cetera. So we're walking around like this all the time. So when you start to practice, what's happening is that you're being invited, as we just went through, you've been invited to let go of that and allow yourself just to flow. It's unconscious though, this tightening, it's unconscious. So what we have to keep, what practice will do is make it more conscious
Mhm.
over time. The softer you get, the more flow you get, which takes time, the less contracted you are. So that's my experience with it.
So if we adapted Roshi Bernie Glassman's quote that I said at the beginning,
right.
feeling is an accident. Practice makes you accident prone. Mhm. It's not uncommon, Neil, this is not uncommon what you just described
Mhm.
and what Don just gave us here. Because we are numb and every day, somebody said to me last week, you know, if we don't shape ourselves, the culture shapes us. And, you know, just stop and think about that for a moment.
Yeah.
So it's on us to do this, to practice it. And we do have the heart for it, even if we don't think so at times. Yeah. So thank you for bringing that up.
Great question.
Great
Thank you.
question.
Yeah.
Let me add a little piece to that. That's really, I appreciate that.
Mhm.
The socialization process, we come into the world and we're temperament, about 50% temperament. The other 50% or so is the development of personality, which is a socially constructed process. Okay. And so we're being taught a set of values from the time we come into the world and how to manage the world, et cetera, et cetera. That's based on culture. We create culture to sustain ourselves collectively. That's what we do. Create a bunch of beliefs, and then that becomes reality. So we get culture. Okay. Now, unfortunately, the culture, this mainstream culture, and I don't want to insult anybody, this mainstream culture is designed for us to win. We aren't worth anything unless we are winners. So think about that for a minute. I have to be winning, and which means someone else has to lose. And so all of the energy that comes into that kind of process, all the damage that comes into that, that's what we're working at letting go of. You know, so you're saying goodbye to your culture, the culture that you were brought up in. You're saying goodbye to it. So that's what I would add.
Mhm. Thank you, Don.
And there are many levels of feeling.
Mhm.
You know, it's not, I don't feel it, I feel it.
Right.
I mean, there are gradations going all the way.
Mhm.
Awakened mind is relative to feeling.
Mhm.
Anybody else?
So with this, EPOD one, or the gates.
The peapod.
The EPOD thing, right?
Pea pod. I thought you said pea pot. I was going, what?
It's so age, you know, those.
Get it?
You know, those peas, you open it up, you got to see. I thought that was clever myself, but I guess.
You have the sieve, right? You do that somehow like this.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
mhm.
So what I imagined is that is actually the handle of the sieve going down. Like I imagine this is the handle that does the thing in here,
Yes.
right?
Mm.
Is that what you were trying to say?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
Exactly right. And so this is, so when Don mentioned Nego,
Right.
so we're doing this, and so naturally our awareness is in our hands because we have tons of awareness in our hands, right?
Right.
So we're paying attention to our hands and we're thinking, okay, I'm doing this motion. It's really, no. So the attention is internal.
Right.
So as the hands are going down, they're going down inside the body. That's where it's really happening, not here. I mean, it's happening here, but so
Right.
it's the handle. It's exactly,
So I
Right.
couldn't do it without imagining it was connected to something else that was like in there. You see? I was like, I can't figure this thing out, right? Until I thought, oh, I see, it's connected to something
yeah.
in here. And this is like your control valve or something.
This is directing the attention. We're just using the hands to
Right,
help direct the attention of the mind because there's so much consciousness in our hands. There's so many nerve endings.
right,
So if we're doing this, it helps us to bring our mind inside.
right, right.
Mhm.
Okay.
And that's the Negung, that's the internal alchemy of this, is that this is, it looks like we're doing it externally. Actually doing it.
Internal.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
brilliant. So it's
Right.
it's like a handle.
It's like it's like a pump handle, right?
Yeah, that's a way to understand it, but the feeling is internal. The
Right. the
feeling
But
quality.
I couldn't get it thinking about
Why am I doing
this here, right? So I had to like create this
Well,
whole
you know,
story.
yeah, yeah, nice, yeah, yeah. And in Chunyi Lin's system, what the hands are doing is they're directing the energy.
Yes.
He's a healer. This
Yes.
Chunyi, he heals people. I've directly experienced him and so have you. And it has to do with where your hands are. That's how you heal somebody else or yourself. So if your hands are doing this, that's helping this to happen. Or if they're pointing at a certain place, like we're pointing to this fourth one. If I point over there, everyone's gonna look over
Yeah,
there.
we just did, right?
Yeah, because where you're pointing, then your attention goes naturally. And so if we're pointing to the heart, our attention's gonna go in the heart. And it's directing our mind to be in the body. The body and the mind are one.
And one more thing I noticed, I got extremely thirsty.
Yeah.
Like by the end, I had to go get water. I was like, I felt like I was in a desert. Well, I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's common.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you're firing yourself up.
Firing
I guess
You're
yourself,
firing
you're
yourself up.
firing yourself
You're
up.
increasing chi, you're
Mhm.
increasing yang
Oh,
in your body,
Mhm.
which is not a bad thing, obviously.
Mhm.
So it
But you
keeps
better
things,
drink water.
you better drink water.
And I forgot my water bottle.
Yeah.
So I didn't have
Yeah.
it, right?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Is there a difference between Tai Chi and Qigong?
Oh,
I'm gonna give that to you.
Oh. what do you think?
It depends on how you practice. If you practice Tai Chi with the intention of enhancing, nurturing your life force energy, then it's Qigong. It's just a really complicated kind of Qigong.
Okay.
Because Tai Chi is also a way of practicing martial arts, which adds a whole level of complexity that most Qigong doesn't have.
Let's stay with Qigong.
Yeah. I agree with you 100%. And I would add to that, that even in what we call Tui Shou in Tai Chi, which is a form of the martial arts practice, and our system is considered the highest level of practice. However, it isn't the focus on the martial aspect of it. is to focus on the exchange of energy. Okay, and how you manage energy. Someone comes in, what do you do with it? Right? Well, ideally, what you do with it is you transform it and give it back. You don't walk away from someone, trying to get away. What you do is you transform that energy and send it back in a way, ideally. Now, this is where the martial part leads. Ideally, in a way that feels better for them. That's supportive for them and a reflection of your caring for them. Okay. That requires suppleness, flexibility. Your mind has to be there. You can't be somewhere else. It isn't necessary. It's not philosophical. Again, not philosophical. So we're working all the time on grounding and being soft and being flexible and being completely aware of the world around us so that we can respond appropriately. Okay, so I would add that.
So on the streets of San Diego, when someone comes up and attacks you,
They did, actually.
That's
I
what
know.
happened, yeah.
You did?
Mhm.
You know the story?
I told him.
you tell it.
Well, there was a young man. Let me shorten the version of this.
Yeah, short version.
Catherine and I were on Fifth Avenue at a cafe, and we had some tea, and we got out and we were walking along the sidewalk. It was a beautiful day, and this young man comes along, and he walks up to me, and he starts doing this. You know, he's gonna punch me or something. And so, you know, we just sort of stopped and looked at him, and I said, I don't think you should do that, really. Why don't you might try to relax. And so he started towards Catherine. He started over towards her. And I walked and I just stepped right in front of him, and he threw a big kick, tried to kick me. And I just touched his foot and stood there. And then the lady came along in a truck. You knock it off. That's not appropriate. You know, she was screaming and yelling at this guy. And so he stopped. You just walk away.
No harm,
No harm, right? Now, I mean, what have been,
some kind of thing going on. I
What was
mean,
going on?
obviously, it wasn't about us at all.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
so what would have been the option? What we get taught is you knock him out.
Or call the police, which is even more dangerous.
Yeah, if he's
Well,
really
we
dead. Well,
did
that'd be okay. We called the police because we were afraid he was gonna hurt somebody or somebody was gonna hurt
We
him.
thought somebody would kill him,
Right.
really,
Yeah.
you know, for attacking people, you know.
Yeah, that should have could have so easily gone that way. You know, the response was aggression.
Mhm.
I'd like to tell one very brief story too about my friend Master Don here. And he had life-threatening illnesses, very serious ones, about 5 years ago,
Yeah, okay.
more or less, a whole series of them. And was in the hospital a lot and surgery and so on. And I met with you just after you got home, and I said to him, how did you deal with all this? You remember what you said?
Yeah,
You
mind and chi and the dandian. My mind's in my belly. That's what I said.
that was the entire answer.
Hmm.
Mind in the belly.
And
And that's real. And that's when you need it.
yeah, that's when you need it.
Yeah.
I didn't have a choice but to be here now in the most relaxed and positive and supportive way that I could be. And the method for that was to breathe and put my mind in the dandian and breathe. Relax. Hands, feet. You know, I'd be sitting around drooling. That was the way to do it.
And here you are.
And here I am.
So as always, the initial answer is really short and concise, and the commentary goes on.
Hey, we'll get done by 3 or so. Don't worry about it. You know, with this piece of it.
We're running over.
And there was somebody who raised her hand.
One,
I
yes.
was just gonna make a quick comment. I appreciate you saying about how not everybody can visualize, and I'm really fascinated by how everyone would have such a different internal experience. And I just wanted to share my experience being someone with aphantasia, meaning I can't see anything in my head, I can't hear sounds or anything in my head. So I just came up with a word for what I'm doing for me. I call it energetic conceptualization. So I'm doing, and when I do my opening of the chakras, I'm actually energetically conceptualizing rings, expanding out until I'm filling like the whole entire room in each chakra. And it's just completely all energetic. I have no other sense in my head. So I think it's becoming more enhanced because of that, you know. And so
Wow.
I don't know
It's
if anybody else
beautiful.
has
Yeah.
different
Yes.
analyses, but I just want to share it because I think it's so fascinating that we all will be having such different internal experiences,
Yeah.
you know.
Mhm. Thank you. That's beautiful.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
I think I had an insight and I kind of wanted to verify this. I really appreciate when you say bringing in the ancestry, like the lineages and the ancestry, and you just feel united with the world. And but when we're doing the loving kindness practice, you know, we should be including everybody, including the heritage of where we come from, as opposed to just the living.
Mhm.
Because in my mind, you know, I was thinking, you know, maybe we should, when you say loving kindness, it's like a behavior type thing, but not really. I think, yeah, I don't know.
That's why I choose to use the word we,
Yeah.
so that however that is for you, you can include anybody you
Anybody.
want.
Like
Mhm.
maybe more present.
In that state of loving kindness, anybody at all.
I just got that insight.
Oh, wonderful. Yes, yes. Mhm.
Okay, well, I don't want to keep everybody too long and run on and you know, if you want to come next door and enjoy some Mexican food and some conversation, that's fine. If you want to take off, that's fine. A couple of things. The effects of Qigong are profound and often, though not always, subtle. So pay attention to your dreams. Drink water. That's an admonition, actually. Drink water. And try not to overextend yourself for a little while. Like, don't take a lot of response. Go take a walk or something and just let this settle. And drive carefully and keep in mind that you're actually right now, you're not normal.
Thank goodness for that.
That is true.
Okay.
Before the work.
You know what I mean. Okay, any postscripts?
Oh, nothing that I haven't already said. I'll say it again. Relax. No, seriously, just relax and keep working at relax. Whenever you find yourself uptight, and you know, soften, breathe, be in the present moment and relax.
I love you all, and there isn't anything you can do about it.